It's feeling well and rested. Today's October 7th. Another day where the government is shut down. All right, we will start going through some of the news headlines and stocks that are shaking and moving. So basically, these kind of healthcare names are pumping to the upside Oscar on the back of Trump making an announcement. ServiceNow catching a bit of a bid. Oh, it's actually down a little bit. IBM, let's look at that name. Yeah, IBM has been very strong, pushing up higher now. Looks like IBM still has room to get well above 300. So IBM unveils advancements across software infrastructure to help enterprises operational AI. Boom. IBM shares are trading higher after the company announced it will infuse Anthropic Cloud into its software portfolio. Also, the company announced a new AI-driven IDE and infrastructure automation tool. So a little bit of a positive headline there for IBM this morning. It is causing it to pop up, gapping up. STZ, Constellation Brands, seeing a little bit of buy-side pressure on the back of its earnings report, coming in with a double beat. So that's acting quite well this morning. Let's look at Taiwan Semi, TSM. See if there's any news there on TSM. No news that I'm seeing across Taiwan Semi, but it is pushing up quite nicely. Let's look at ICE. Wow, this stock has been absolutely bludgeoned. Gapping up this morning. Let's look at ticker ICE. Intercontinental Exchange shares are trading higher after the company announced an investment of up to $2 billion in the poly market. Cool, cool, cool. Intercontinental Exchange agreed to invest up to $2 billion in the prediction poly market, reflecting a valuation of $8 billion pre-investment for the platform that allows users to bet on events in markets, politics, sports, culture, and companies. Interesting. So that's actually a positive headline for ICE, guys. ICE, very positive. That's a pretty good headline. It's a good catalyst. I'm gonna keep this one on watch for even a swing trade. I mean, you're back testing, you're pretty oversold here. Starting to put in some positive version, hitting the 1-year daily chart moving average. I mean, you could still maybe go a little bit lower, but not a bad area for a technical bounce. All right, ICE. We got, let's see what ticker VEVA is doing. Viva. Yeah, Viva's actually breaking out here. Beautiful chart pattern. That's a textbook breakout. Strong chart. This stock is probably going to 340, 350. Very strong mover there. Ticker VEEV. Should see if there's any sort of news headline. No news headline, which is meaning it's a nice pure technical breakout. That's very solid. Very solid, guys. Yeah, we could see VEEV start to trend for new all-time highs. That's a healthy breakout. So you did get the breakout. You're trying to break out this week. Strong chart. All right, let's look at OKLO this morning. So OKLO, yet again, trying to push to the upside as URA is still seeing some strength this morning. Let's look at the rest of the energy market. WTI crude backing and filling, finding some sell side pressure off that 7-day moving average. Let's look at nat gas. Nat gas is still just backing and filling. It seems that in the early morning sessions, nat gas is pumping up and then getting sold into. Find that quite interesting. But chart pattern still holding up okay. XOM still looking to press a little bit higher. We'll watch that. It's okay. Gold continuing to just hold its gains and press for that $4,000 level. Absolutely incredible. One-way freight train. Silver also acting quite well. Let's look at copper this morning. HG1. Copper trying to show some positive technical strength. Okay. Figma, ticker FIG, is up this morning. So that's seeing some positive. I believe there's news on Figma. Let me just take a peek. Yeah, OpenAI developer Dave Vowed, many on Wall Street analysts praise the depth and scope of the announcements, including the app integration to ChatGPT and updates to Sora 2 for the Microsoft-backed company. Interesting. Figma spikes after hours following OpenAI integration by Sam Altman. Okay, so this one's probably going to absolutely fly, guys. Yeah, that one's going to fly. Figma, guys, is on watch for a momentum long today. Ticker FIG. Another OpenAI partnership. So ticker FIG is not looking too bad at all. Not bad at all. I mean, this one could run to its gap fill today up there, which would still imply, call it 10, 11%. So this one's a top day trade idea. It's certainly got the positive news around OpenAI. We've seen how OpenAI pumps stocks just recently. So that's actually, it's up 7%, but I think we can get more. It's already trading about just over 1.3 million shares. Interesting. All right, CRCL. I'm just going through some of the top gainers on the New York Stock Exchange. CRCL seeing a little bit of positive momentum this morning. Nothing to do there. Ticker NET. Seeing some positive momentum. SMC. Oh, SMC. So Summit is gapping up to the high side. Let's see what the news headline is. Not really seeing anything. Not really seeing anything there. All right, we'll keep scrolling through. TMO. Let's look at that. Nothing to do there. Still a strong name. Lockheed Martin. Nothing to do there. Let's look at QBTS. Quantum. Another day where Quantum is trying to push to the upside. Is there news on these Quantums? D-Wave and the University of Southern California bring quantum computing to LA Tech Week. Okay, so they just have a little expose. Let's look at the rest of the complex. IONQ, also still pushing. QUBT, also still trying to push after it had that nasty gap down yesterday. So quantum stocks are certainly strong on the back of that New York Tech expose. All right, what else we got? SES. Another day where it's just flying to the high side. Crazy. SES is a beast. SES AI enhances leadership of material discovery in battery industry with newest version of molecular universe and enterprise level subscription offerings. Initial success with enterprise customers leads to go-to-market expansion within the battery industry and adjacent molecule-independent industries. So SES, a global leader in the development and manufacturing of AI-enhanced high-performance Li metal ion batteries, so lithium-ion batteries, today announced at the Battery Show in North America that the company will be unveiling Molecular Universe 1.0 MU-1 on October 20th, 2025, its latest and most complete battery material discovery software and service platform. The company also announced that due to the popularity of the enterprise tier, it has expanded its subscription offering and hired new business development lead to accelerate its go-to-market strategy in the battery industry and adjacent molecule independent industry. Okay, very cool. I'll post that in the free educational chat. All right, let's see what else we got moving this morning. Stock is dripping today is PayPal as well. PYPL seeing some nice. So PayPal holding shares are trading higher following the report suggesting that the CEO announced UPI as the first PayPal World partner and that its platform connects digital wallets. Look at PYPL this morning, gapping up, breaking out of a little bit of a basing formation. I like to see that. PayPal launches PayPal Ads Manager, enabling its millions of small business users to act as their own retail media networks and generate additional revenue. PayPal today announced PayPal Ads Manager. PayPal Ads Manager will help small businesses create billions of new advertising impressions for brands of all sizes by utilizing a fast-growing and highly profitable segment of digital advertising. So PayPal ripping on advertising revenue stream. So this is basically a new revenue stream for PayPal, and it's allowing their users to also benefit, kind of like what, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, all of these social media platforms do. So nice news for PayPal there. Really strong news. Let's look at these eVTOL stocks this morning. So Joby had a stellar day yesterday, taking a little bit of a breather today. Archer, stellar day yesterday, taking a bit of a breather today. You do have Ford under a little bit of pressure. Let me just see if there's news on Ford this morning. Yeah. Fresh Del Monte takes a ice with Florida Panthers partnership. Okay, that's nothing there. A devastating fire at the Ford major supplier will disrupt businesses for months. Ooh. So a devastating fire, guys, at Ford. So Ford under some pressure, negative headline. So that ticker's coming under a bit of pressure this morning. We've got Dell ripping today. DELL. Dell Technologies shares are trading higher after the company raised its annual revenue, growth revenue, and annual non-GAAP diluted EPS. Okay. Dell Technologies expected annual revenue growth of 7 to 9%, up from the previous target of 3 to 4%. Expected annual non-GAAP, blah, 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 blah. Previous target. Okay, so it's a raise on guidance, guys. Dell raises. Dell absolutely raises their guidance. Strong, strong weekly and daily chart. So Dell raises their guidance. That's also a strong candidate for a day trade long today, guys. Dell is strong. Oscar Health, we already touched base on OSCR. We looked at that. So Visa, let's see that. Visa's trying to break out here above all of its key daily moving average. Not looking bad. Yeah, app is bouncing today. I know it's just a one way. It's crazy how strong that this can be. You know, everything that sold off yesterday from the highs is pretty much bouncing. AMD's getting a bounce. App11's getting a bounce. Market's still technically holding up a-okay. You have your S&P up again, slightly up 0.19. Your QQQ up another 0.33. So everything is still technically holding steady, just grinding, floating higher on the back of this no government. So pretty crazy. Look at this stock, GLTO. Holy moly. It was up. Let me see if I get any pre-market data. Jeez, look at that candle, guys. It's off my screen. GLTO, what the heck happened there? GLTO, I can't even trade that name, but it's just soaring. That's crazy. Telomere Pharmaceuticals company released promising preclinical studies app for its lead compound telomere 1. Wow. That's insane. What a big mover. What a big mover. That's filthy. What else we got going on here? COCH. Envoy Medical pumping to the high side. Nothing really to do there. Envoy Medical receives FDA approval to advance its pivotal clinical trial to final stage based on submission of promising 3-month data. So ticker COCH getting FDA approval. It is pumping to the high side right now, closing at 80 cents, trading at $1.80. Insane, insane. Already trading quite a number of shares. 10.28 million shares there. What a beast. What a beast. All right, let's see what else we got going on. So most trades. So yeah, Archer Aviation and eVTOL stocks are certainly under pressure this morning. So eVTOL backing and filling. Quantum remains very, very strong. My top watches are FIG today. I'm looking at going long FIG. I like FIG because it has that OpenAI partnership announcement. So we've all seen how that is. I also like Dell. Dell today looks decent from a pullback long, raising guidance. I do like Ford for a potential short. So those are kind of my tickers so far that I'm watching to trade. See what HIMS is doing. HIMS isn't really doing much. Planet Labs seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. That stock has been absolutely relentless. Okay, Quantum's acting well. CNC pushing up this morning, acting quite well. Let's look at BBAI. That name is actually looking pretty good from another technical long standpoint. It does look like it's going to make an attempt at triggering this rather large daily inverse head and shoulder. So BBAI out of pure momentum looks pretty good. Let's look at some of these other names. Lithium Americas Corp. That's trying to bounce just a touch here. Let's look at some of the high movers from yesterday. Plug Power. That's still seeing a little bit of strength. CRML, let's see how that's doing. That was up 45% on the back of Trump administration. It did run pretty sharply higher, pulled back quite a bit. Let's look at SoFi here. I know SoFi had a nice bounce yesterday. Seeing yet again another continuation move. Impressive. Let's look at airlines real quick. AAL, still trying to press. Delta, still trying to press. Interesting. Let's look at Open Door. Open Door, yeah, that's still trying to press. Crude oil just took a little bit of a dump there intraday, so crude oil softening just a little bit coming in. PayPal also looks good from a technical long standpoint, guys. I mean, day trading, it has a ton of momentum. It's gapping up. It's now into this gap window, but positive news around a potential another revenue stream for the company as well as viewers. So not looking too bad in my opinion. Let's look at Intel real quick. Yeah, Intel also still going through a little bit of backing and filling. SMR, that's still trying to hold steady. But I do like this Figma. Figma. Trying to make a move. Interesting. ZMB gapping up to the high side. Zeta Network. PCSA. DVLT, Datavolt, that's seeing quite a bit of strength today. Another day where it's just ripping to the upside. Crazy. Datavolt is surging. BJDX, not doing too much. CISS. Let's look at CJET here. That's coming down quite a bit. Filament. Wow, nice breakout for LIDR, pushing to the upside. Hmm. NVIDIA back testing its 7-day, bouncing, holding steady. Amazon slightly green in the pre-market. You got Microsoft that is kind of flat in the pre-market at a little bit of near-term resistance. Apple right now slightly negative, still trying to grind higher and higher. So Apple's still acting quite well. It's okay. Google this morning. Google is under pressure this morning, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Meta also still trying to shake out some of the bulls. Tesla this morning is also under a bit of pressure, gapping down a little bit. Interesting. Let's look at some financials. JP Morgan, not looking too bad. Tech sector pushing up. Financials still showing a little bit of strength. Healthcare under a little bit of pressure this morning. Industrials still looking fairly strong. XLI. Real estate under a little bit of pressure. Utilities still looking phenomenally strong. Materials just kind of mixed, probably into an aggressive short zone. Energy right now under a little bit of pressure with crude oil taking that last little bit of a dump. ENVX above 13 now, gapping up. Looks like it wants to press for that gap fill. Probably going to hit it today. It's okay. Boeing still looks constructive, like it's trying to press a little higher. DocuSign had that big pop yesterday. Seeing a little bit of a continuation move today. Skyworks still trying to hold that key zone. Robinhood is bouncing today, retracing that big bearish candle. SE doing wonderfully well today. And a strong bounce this morning for AMD, retracing some of that sell side pressure. IREN, strong bounce today. Cypher, also seeing a little bit of momentum. Let's look at crypto real quick. So BTC dipping a little bit below that previous all-time high, still trying to press through it. Let's look at ETH right now. Ethereum looks pretty decent from a technical standpoint, like it's starting to gain some momentum. BMNR pushing. SBET, let's look at ETHZilla. Yeah, ETHZilla. All right, guys. So again, top watches for me. Let's look at this S&P 500. Look at this ES chart actually. We'll take a long-term view. Still so strong. It's a pretty nice ES chart here, guys. Look at this beautiful weekly channel we're in from your low in March. This is your COVID low, COVID waterfall sell-off to your high pivots in 2021. This is kind of your inflationary cycle top. Big sell-off down. Now look what we're hitting. So you got 1, 2, 3 major pivot lows, 1, 2, potentially a third major pivot high. We're right at the top of that channel. So we will see if the market wants to sell off at all, but for now it's just grinding and grinding and grinding. All right, let's go to this 10-minute chart of S&P land. Let's take off some of these key moving averages, clean up the chart a little bit. We'll erase some of these targets. So the big bullish target today is 674. 674. Okay, we've triggered a little bit of a breakout on your 10-minute chart. So the market's still holding technical strength, grinding higher and higher. The problem that I see today, again, on a statistical basis, markets are gapping up. They haven't hit new all-time highs yet, but they're gapping up very close into that all-time high. You often know, typically when you gap up into all-time highs, you sell off. So that's something that we need to watch for. If we pierce this high, there's probably a decent shorting opportunity. I would hazard a guess that there is a very decent shorting opportunity. Can we look at it from a longer technical standpoint? We're still just grinding on this original trend line. I'm going to lower that trend line there. Just gonna grab some more coffee, guys, and then we'll settle in for the day trade session. Right now, you got crude oil down a little bit. Nat gas is strong again. Crypto's acting quite well. Yields are soft. Not too much data. We got a little bit of jawboning that could potentially happen with Fed officials. You know, you got a couple Fed officials a little bit later. I still remain short AMD. That's for next week. But today I'm going to be watching this FIG, guys, for a technical long. What do I think about 11? I don't like it. After a big, it's getting a nice bounce today, but you got to be careful about that SEC. The headline really didn't come from the SEC. It was more your mainstream news outlets. So I think that if the SEC finally announces it and comes out with their own headline, you'll see another little capitulation. I think the bigger level on app 11 likely needs to retest this high pivot and then preferably look at this volume gap. I mean, I think that they're going to target this gap fill 490. But you might get a decent bounce back up to call it 621 today because that was such a hard sell. But just be careful. This could easily retest the lows again. Easily. All right, I'm just gonna grab some more coffee and then we'll settle in for the open here, guys. Again, if the markets press into all-time highs off of this gap up, I'm gonna look for another shorting opportunity into some put options. I'm looking at FIG longs. This is a momentum long. I'm also looking at ticker DEL longs. Dell raising guidance, very, very strong. And then Ford, there's a devastating fire at one of their major supply dealerships, so that one's under quite a bit of pressure in the pre-market. That could be a little bit of a short idea, but I do like FIG. All right, let me grab some coffee, guys, and we'll settle in. All right, so heading into this, you got nat gas up 1.1, crude oil slightly negative, Bitcoin basically flat. Dixie is green, but pulling in from the highs. 2-year yield flat, 10-year yield kind of flat. Gold up another 0.5%, charging higher here. Yeah, ICE looks bullish. Yeah, I agree, Peter. ICE looks very bullish here. Again, they're getting involved in the poly markets, so the prediction and gambling markets. Absolutely. It looks very bullish. Very strong technical level. It's oversold. So we all saw what the poly markets did for Robinhood. but basically a little bit of another revenue stream. And then you also have PayPal, right? PayPal ripping this morning on the back of another revenue stream, allowing the business to execute on ad revenue as well as creators, right? Similar to what Google, YouTube are doing, TikTok, Facebook, all these social media platforms, PayPal's now offering a bit of ad revenue to their creators. So, and very, very positive news. Very, very. A lot of interesting headlines today. A lot of interesting, but ICE is another one I think that looks strong, technical strong. It looks really, really good from a long standpoint. Keep that on watch for sure. Even for a swing trade, ICE is probably gonna. The only thing about ICE is it's kind of could get a cease and assist letter from Robinhood, but looks very good. All right, SPY gapping up here. It's most likely gonna press into new all-time highs. Let's see what FIG does here. If SPY doesn't press to new all-time highs, I'd be shocked. I'd be very, very shocked. All right, AMD ripping to the upside. You got Tesla getting slapped, Google getting slapped, Robinhood coming in. SPY initial sell side candle there off of the open. Figma acting very well. AMD up 6%. Hood is still green. The NVX still trying to rip. Intel's made it on the high volume list. Ford still under pressure. Lithium Americas Corp green. Nvidia 0.6. eVTOL stocks. Archer, Joby under pressure. Open Doors negative. Plug Power seeing some strength. Interesting. Robinhood under a little bit of pressure. AMD is still a beast right now. Trying to press. Let's look at this ICE chart. Yeah, ICE is now into a long level. If you're wanting to trade ICE, you've kind of sold off at the open. I'm going to wait until we retest, say, 160 Pierce, but not looking too bad. Dell's seeing a little bit of profit taking off the open. This is another one that looks somewhat bullish, I think, due to the fact that they've raised their guidance. I'm going to watch that one. Ford just getting slapped around. Wow, look at Ford. That's crazy. All right, let's see what FIG wants to do here. SPY still pushing. Your S&P 500 starting to rip. Constellation Brands still up about 4%. Nvidia still doing well. CNC doing well. Nat Gas still holding steady. Robinhood up 1.6. Nice reversal on IREN, guys. These crypto computing stocks could be cooked. This stock was up about 10% in the pre-market, and now it's just gone negative. So sympathies on these crypto computing. Cypher looking to get absolutely dusted here. You could see these quantum stocks come in pretty hard as well. So you are seeing some nasty reversals in some individual tickers. Interesting. Very cool. All right, I'm looking at taking a stab on the long side of Figma. I'm gonna do, let's see, the retest. Let's see what $63 calls are priced at. $1.60 to 205. Still a wide spread. Don't really like that. AMD's still a beast, pushing to the upside. Archer still acting well. Rigetti still up 4. Schlumberger still doing well. SoFi up 5%. Incredible. Microsoft's negative. Google's negative. Meta's negative. Tesla down 1.8. Tesla's leading the charge to the downside. Still have the Q's green, SPY green, and Russell green. So SPY just swept the all-time highs. I'm going to look for a short entry very soon on your S&P 500. Very soon. Look what else is moving, guys. We are trying to see Canopy Growth break out to the high side. I'm expecting CGC to run with the fact that Constellation Brands is running. Remember, STZ owns a majority stake in Canopy Growth. So STZ finally starting to put in what appears to be a little bit of a bottom off of its earnings, and that could help influence Canopy Growth. just on a pure momentum standpoint. You will certainly watch that. All right, Figma. Come on, Figma. Give me an entry. Give me an entry. Let's look at Dell again. That's still holding steady. Ford still coming in. ICE. Let's look at ICE again. Yeah, ICE is still trying to hold steady here. Fig is still up 7.3. Open door now down 2.8. AMD up 6.43. Plug power's gone negative. GLTO up 600%. Crazy. Dollar's trying to make a move. Crude oil making a really big V-shaped recovery, guys. Crude is making a solid recovery. Look at Robinhood. That is getting slapped around. All right, I'm going to look at shorting your S&P 500. It is absolutely printing to the high side here. Printing. Let's look at Fig again. Figma still trying. 672 puts on SPY look really good. Come on, hold steady. What are you doing here on the 1-minute candle chart? ICE is coming in sharply. Iron back green, AMD still doing very, very well. Robinhood's negative, SE's negative. Webull still seeing more distribution. Boeing having a good day. DraftKings under pressure. Micron still strong, open door. Venkat is in SPY puts. I'm getting very close. Still has a bullish pattern that could take us to 674. It could. But obviously we're gapping up into all-time highs. Typically that does see some net distribution. Let's look at NVIDIA here. NVIDIA's hitting a little bit of hourly chart resistance. Your dollar is trying to perk up, so that could be a bit of a secondary headwind for the market. Yep, we're starting to roll. We are starting to roll. Big level for the bulls. They don't want to lose this previous pivot high, but we are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Fig is still holding steady. AMD still absolutely strong, up 6.7. Interesting. NVIDIA is still holding technical structure. Crude oil has gone positive on the tape. Dixie is catching a really fat candle to the upside, guys. Your US dollar is starting to move. Archer down 4.4, open door. Seeing some sell side. Still trying to rip here. Decent size bid. NVIDIA is still holding technical strength. Still seeing a big pop here. IWM is trying to hold steady and bounce. Fig is catching a little bit of a bid here. Little drop coming in. Come on. AMD seeing a little bit of selling. Dollar still trying to press a little bit. SPY still acting very, very well. Very well. Canopy growth starting to squeeze. Fig starting to try to push a little bit. Markets are still technically holding some strength here. IWM's catching a nice candle. Nvidia still acting well. Tesla's really firmed up off of the lows. Google's firmed up off the lows. Meta's firmed up off of the lows. Look at Fig go. Fig is starting to move. Micron still green. Western Digital green. OKLO green. You got Lithium Americas Corp seeing some strength. Ford getting smoked down 4.4. Archer Aviation, guys. ACHR getting clapped down. Open Door also under some near-term pressure. That is seeing some distribution. Let's look at ICE here. ICE trying to bounce here. Let's look at Dell. Dell was positive, one of our top long watches, because it had a revenue guide, a positive revision on their revenue. Come on down, S&P. S&P still holding that 10-minute structure above that previous all-time high. They do not want to break it just yet, eh? Dell would be an aggressive long into the prior day high. That would be the aggressive long. Let's look at Fig again. Constellation Brands getting faded a little bit. Ford still keeps coming. All right, SPY starting to break down a little bit. So we have TP1 coming up around that low pivot on the 1-minute chart. Let's see if we can get that. Let's look at Tesla real quick. AMD starting to see some sell side pressure. Let's look at AppLovin real quick. What a big bouncer there. So AppLovin trying to recapture quite a bit of its losses from yesterday. All right, SPY puts are printing, guys. Printing here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's look at FIG again. FIG, that's still holding technical strength. Still like it from a bit of a momentum long standpoint. And honestly, Dell's still not looking bad. Robinhood is breaking its lows from yesterday. Beautiful to see. Hoodie. Hoodie. Coming in sharply. All right, we're breaching prior day low, guys. We are breaching that PDL level. Come on down, S&P. Nvidia is still holding technical strength, though. So they're trying to save this market through your semis yet again. Crazy. Big bounce off of that PDH level. Look at Dell getting a fat candle. Crude oil is starting to rip even higher here, guys. Trying to make that bullish reversal. I think XOM has been slapped down, but that's probably going to make a bullish reversal. Let's look at the Russell 2000. IWM. Come on, SPY. Pay us. Pay us. Again, my average is 65 cents on these 672 puts. So you can basically get near around the same entry. SPY's still holding technical structure here. Still being defended off of that prior day low. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Nvidia is still a beast right now. Trying to break out of a 10-minute inverse head and shoulders on Nvidia. Robinhood's still getting smoked here. AppLovin still acting quite well. Let's see what Fig is doing. Fig, I'm still looking for an entry into Fig, guys. I'm still looking for an entry. Same thing with Dell. I'm still looking for an entry into Fig and Dell. Haven't quite given me that, but let's just see how these puts play out on SPY. Come on, SPY, break it. I'm looking at trimming half into TP1. That's your OR low. I'll trim half of my put options, move stop loss to break even. Come on, pay us. Pay us. Come on, break it, break it, break it. Hood is still near the lows. Some of your high volume stocks, Plug has gone negative. AMD still up 6.4. Open Door down 4.3. Archer Aviation down 4.9. Rigetti still strong. Iron still positive. QUBT still positive. SoFi ripping up 5.77%. Someone in here was long SoFi yesterday. Nice call out. I think maybe it was Ryan or someone. I can't remember. Nvidia still up 0.92%. You got Tesla struggling. That's down 0.88%. STX hitting the 20 moving average. STX. Seagate. Wow, yeah, look at that. That's been one of the other strong names in the market, coming in quite sharply. Yeah, good call out there. That's absolutely knifing to the downside. All right, you look at some of these stocks that have been remarkably strong. Hood getting clapped, right? Hood has just been pummeled here. Again, the big question is the SEC going to come at Hood for their prediction markets? Look at ICE, guys. Big bounce on ICE. They're also getting involved in the poly markets, prediction markets, so that's a positive news catalyst for ticker ICE. And that stock has been absolutely pummeled. Not a bad area for a swing trade. You are technically trading right at that lower boundary support trend line, trying to put in a weekly bottoming tail for ticker ICE. Looking pretty good. All right, Nvidia is still trying to pump to the upside. Go Canopy Growth, go. Squeeze that name. Squeeze it. All right, SPY still technically holding strength. Unrelenting. They just do never. There's so many lower boundary gaps below. It's crazy. Ford, oh my goodness. Ford, it's a bloodbath. Devastation for their stock. Ford obviously had that bearish news headline regarding a devastating fire that we talked about. Let's look at Dell again. Dell's still holding up quite well. So again, once the market kind of negates the sell side pressure, you look at some of these strong stocks and those are the ones to go long. For now, I'm still looking to press my short. TP1 is coming in. Come on, SPY, dump it. Dump it. A hard candle down. Hard candle down. Nvidia, though, acting extremely well. New highs for Nvidia. Wow, Nvidia is pumping to the upside here, guys. Just absolutely ripping. Ripping. That makes it tough. Boeing ripping. Micron's still strong. Western Digital still acting well. Constellation Brands still up a little bit, but getting faded slightly. Marvell still having a solid day. PayPal still having a very solid day. So PYPL, that is at the highs. SMCI, another solid day for SMCI today. Incredible. CNC doing extremely well. Come on, SPY, just rip the band-aid off and take us down. Take us down. Let's look at UNH. It's hard for the market to sell when you have Nvidia at the highs of its session. So Nvidia, look at the strength in Nvidia today. Wow, crazy, eh? AMD coming in hot. Come on, SPY. Knife it. All right, I'm looking to trim half. TP1 is coming up here. Very close. Come on, knife it, knife it, knife it. Come on, SPY. Head into that gap window. Head into that gap window. Robinhood is getting smoked here, guys. They're trying to hold that OR low. Getting a little alert on Dow. Ticker DOW. Also breaking to the downside. Interesting. Quite a bit of distribution in the tape today. All right, SPY. Come on, knife it. All right, guys, I just trimmed half of my SPY puts there. Beautiful first trim off of that impulse candle down. Moving stop loss to break even. Excellent trade. It's the first winner in the pocket. I like it a lot. I like it a lot, guys. First winner in the pocket, about 29% on SPY. You still have NVIDIA absolutely ripping. FIG still acting well. I'm going to keep a break-even stop loss on the rest of my runners. So break even on the rest of my SPY puts. And since it's early in the session and we have sold off, I'm actually going to look to trim right into this volume shelf, this point of control. That is my next trim on SPY. Point of control volume shelf. We could likely go to gap fill and negative, but nice decline. You're seeing some heavy price action in AMD. AMD is entering that bit of that gap window price action, so I like that a lot. That is starting to come in. SPY's looking pretty heavy here, guys. NVIDIA is still holding steady. Tesla down 0.7, Meta down 0.35, Google down 0.95. Interesting. Canopy growth, guys, is surging to the upside. I like it. I like it. So CGC, new high of day as the markets are selling. Canopy growth is kind of that um, inverse play to the market, so to speak. Look at that move on CGC, guys. It is pumping. Who went long with members yesterday? CGC off the 134 level. That's right, we did. We absolutely went long. All right, come on, AMD, break it down. Hood is trying to bounce a little bit. Dell is still coming into that prior day high. Let's look at FIG here. FIG is still holding technical structure. Dell coming in a little bit. We've had silver juniors go slightly negative on the session. You still have strength across all of your indices, but they are coming in from the highs. Your Dow component has gone negative. Bitcoin's down 0.8. Microsoft's still struggling. Google's your worst performing mega cap right now. JP Morgan and financials are under a little bit of pressure. So you are still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in this tape. Robinhood is trying to bounce just a little bit. Big bounce back up on SPY. AMD is still coming in. Catching that bit of a bid here. Constellation Brands still doing very well, guys. Ticker STZ. Shaking off a little bit of selling, but trying to bounce quite a bit here. NVIDIA is still acting very well. Lululemon slightly green. Micron still positive. IONQ still positive. DraftKings getting slapped today. Boeing is acting very, very well at the highs of its session. SPY's getting a really fat candle to the upside. You're still seeing a bit of a buy the dip coming into full force in this market. Canopy growth could easily be up double digits today, guys. You know, you're back testing the 200, but I could see CGC trying to squeeze for this high pivot around 163-ish. We will certainly watch that. Interesting to see these crypto high computing stocks performing quite well despite Bitcoin going negative. So SPY's trying to recapture that OR. A little bit of a rejection on SPY off of that opening value high area. So technically speaking, we're kind of in no man's land, chopping around. You haven't really had a definitive breakout above your opening range high or low. So we'll see which way they want to break us, but considering they did a liquidity sweep here of the low, looks like they're going to push us back up to the highs. We'll see if they do a liquidity sweep of the high. Remember, the market still has that upside target intact, 673.80-ish. We could easily press to. Easily press to. Let's look at Fig. Fig's still acting very, very well. Still looking at Dell. I was very close to taking a stab on the long side of Dell. Looking at this PDH level, guys, very closely on Dell. I like the fact that this was a revenue guide to the upside. It's gone through quite a bit of selling here. It's not looking too bad from just a pure momentum standpoint. You know, it's a little bit tough when the spread for the end of the week is either the 152.50s or the 155s. 152.50s probably can work out, I would have to say. You know, but I'm just being patient with Dell here. Being patient. Never really got the entry that I wanted in Fig. Peter's watching AZN. Let's look at AZN. Are you looking at it from a long standpoint? Oh yeah. AstraZeneca acting quite well today. Let's look at Pfizer. Pfizer's under a little bit of pressure. mRNA. Moderna. How's Oscar doing? Oscar was gapping up. Under a little bit of pressure, but holding steady. All right, SPY still chopping around here. You have crude oil still trying to move to the upside. Dell's starting to come in a little bit. I might look at entering the 150 end of week calls. I'm looking at 150 calls on Dell. Long. AMD still up 5.6. Hood has gone back to the positive side. Nvidia's ripping, Apple's green, all your other mega caps are red. Netflix having a good day, nat gas, crude oil still strong, yields are flat, gold up half. Dollar's trying to make a little bit of a move here, guys. We are trying to see the Dixie firm up here. Bitcoin still down 0.63, but getting a little bit of a bounce. S&P 500 still in kind of no man's land. Again, using that opening range strategy. If we get a 5-minute close below your opening range low, that is your short entry. You short SPY down. If you were to recapture the range, you close those shorts and look for longs back to the highs. So opening range strategy, it hasn't given us a technical breakdown yet. Those of you that use that orb strategy, it is starting to come to that lower boundary opening range low. If you get that 5-minute candle bearish breakdown, that favors more downside in this market. And what I'm seeing in the Dixie, the dollar's actually trying to break out of its opening range highs. So here you have the two orb strategies kind of working, you know, together, synonymously together. You have SPY trying to break to the downside and the dollar trying to break to the upside. So quite interesting to observe. You know, the markets are still, I think, heavily correlated to the dollar, even though the dollar is super, super depressed down here. It does seem like every time the dollar tries to break out, it puts a pressure on the actual market. All right, so SPY yet again trickling lower. Here we go. There's your 5-minute bearish break. So you actually never got the bearish break out of opening range low. They still could wick it around here. We never officially got the candle close. You can see it closed right slightly above your opening range low. That's why you're seeing that wicking energy. And market makers know a lot of people use that opening range breakout or breakdown strategy. But here we also have the dollar breaking out. So even though SPY is catching a little bit of liquidity here, look at the dollar, guys. That's trying to break out of its opening range there, acting very, very well. Very, very well. That Dixie's phenomenally strong right now, acting very, 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 very impressively. All right, guys, I'm going to look at Dell for an entry, guys. I am looking at Dell for an entry. I want to see that PDH level retest. PDH level retest, I'll look at 150 calls on Dell. Nice to know we've already got one winning trade on the docket this morning. SPY puts. Getting the monkey off of your back is very, very nice. Allows you to just be patient. Find technical setups. Constellation Brands still acting very, very well. PayPal still acting extremely well. SMCI is still acting well, but coming in from the highs. You have GDX down 1.17, so that's coming in a little bit. Silver Juniors are seeing a little bit of sell side. How's AppLovin doing? AppLovin still trying to bounce. Phenomenal bounce. Robinhood absolutely ripping. All right, so this is your bearish breakdown. What appears to be very, very likely. They are chopping SPY down, guys. SPY is in a short the pop environment. I repeat, SPY is in a short the pop environment now. We are breaking down here. Trend is starting to get bearish. Bit of a bear trend starting to form here in the overall market. Hood is still bouncing, AMD still acting well, Lithium Americas Corp acting well, Intel strong, Ford down 6%, guys. Open Door down 4.31, Plug Power down 4, AMD up 5.2, Rigetti still strong, SoFi up 7, Nvidia up 1.63, so there's still a lot of strength in this tape. Still a lot of strength, guys. All right, SPY coming in hard and heavy here. SPY's coming in hard and heavy, guys. I'm going to look to take TP2 profits here very shortly. Come on, SPY. Drop it. Drop it into TP2 volume shelf. Simultaneously, we might have a long trade on Dell, guys. We might have a long trade on Dell very, very shortly. Here we go. Come on, SPY. Chop it down. Come on, SPY. So typically you will get a reach. Oof, hard selling there, guys. Hard selling. TP2 is coming. Look at them absolutely knifing SPY. Getting a bounce just before that volume shelf. Come on, take us down there. Take us downtown. Let's see where we're bouncing off of a 3-minute EMA here. There is a 3-minute EMA. Dell's still trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Come on. Come on down, SPY. Come on down. Let's look at FIG again. Yeah, look at FIG, guys. New high of day. Anyone that took that, you're absolutely printing to the upside. Crazy. That was our top watch idea. Fig running on OpenAI news. All right, TP2 is coming in here for me for SPY. Come on. A little bit. Pierce that EMA. Hit that volume shelf. Pierce it and hit that volume shelf. Come on. Come on, SPY. Get heavy. Get heavy. Get heavy. All right, TP2 was tapped there, but wow. Look at that. We pierced that EMA. You tap that TP2 to a T there, guys. Look at that clinical bounce. Holy moly. That is crazy. All right, guys, I took all of my SPY puts off the table out at 91 cents. So locked in 40% gain there. So this is where now you look to short SPY off of a retest of your opening range low. But I'm all out of my SPY puts, 40% gain on the final contract. So nice little win there. You can even get a retest if you didn't take that exit. There's your retest, your retrace. Could easily go lower, but I'm all out. Fig is a beast right now. Is Dell? Wow, Dell. Dell. Almost tapping that PDH level. That might be the long there. AMD still holding steady. Robinhood, strong bounce, guys. Strong bounce in Robinhood. Ford still getting clapped. I just went long Dell. This is a high risk call option play. 150 calls, October 10th, end of the week. Long Dell. My stop loss on Dell will basically be a close. A close outside of this opening range. If you want to give it a little bit more room to run, but I'm trading Dell on the long side, 150 calls, looking for this to retrace higher. It's risky because the markets are breaking some technical structure. Might give it a little bit more room to run. End of the week. Yeah, I'll leave it. I'll give it some room to run. I'll use this little bit of a low pivot. SPY's still coming in a little bit, under quite a bit of pressure. Crude oil softening a bit. Archer's got a bounce. SoFi ripping up 8.7. Ford still struggling. Quantum names acting well. Lithium Americas Corp acting well. Nvidia still strong on the session. Open door down 4.5% on the tape. Dow Jones Industrial negative. Bitcoin struggling down 1.28. Tesla down 1.12. Meta down 0.5. Google down 0.8. Apple about to go negative. Microsoft down 0.43. So it's just Nvidia and Amazon holding up the Qs. IWM is negative. SPY is underperforming your QQQ. Big candle up on SPY here. Big bounce. AMD still up 5%. Hood is up 1. CoreWeave doing well. Western Union doing well. Boeing still strong. ENVX under a little bit of pressure this morning. Constellation Brands still doing wonderfully well. Take a look at STZ. Off of the highs, but still acting well. Let's look at Canopy Growth again. Coming in just a little bit from the highs. PYPL still ripping up 5%. Interesting. Markets are liking PayPal. SPY's still trying to hold steady here. This is technically your aggressive short zone on SPY. A retest of that opening range low is a bit of an aggressive short zone for your S&P 500. AMD still trying to trickle a little bit lower. Snapchat down 3% today. Nvidia is still ripping. Come on, Dell, get your big fat ass up there. PayPal now up 6%. Ethereum down 0.5%. Nat Gas still pushing. Come on, Dell. Push it, push it, push it, Dell. Push it back to the highs. All right, so there's could be 2 days in a row, guys, where the S&P almost went to its gap. You know, what's interesting is over here, look at this price structure yesterday. Yesterday we sold off from the highs. Never ever officially went negative on SPY and hit the gap, and we had this huge trend day. Are they setting up the same sort of thing yet again today where we pull in from the highs, never officially fill the gap, and then they just keep ripping us all day? Imagine they do that again 2 days in a row. We still have higher price targets on the SPY chart, but that would be just filthy if they do that again. 2 days in a row. That would be crazy. I don't know if they will, but stranger things. All right, Dell, I'm starting to lose on these calls just a little bit. Still holding. We have not violated my stop loss on a 10-minute close. SPY's heavy though. Ticker ICE is still retracing lower, guys. It's only up 1% now. Starting to come in. It seems like even the strong stocks are seeing some sell side pressure. How's FIG doing? FIG is still at the highs of the session. Netflix is having a stellar day today. Very strong day for Netflix. IONQ is still green. ASTS is having a hard down day. Rocket Labs is still slightly green. RKT, Rocket Companies, is down 4%. Maria wants to look at TMDX. Sure thing, Maria. TMDX. Yeah, not a bad chart. You've got some higher lows in place, but lower highs, so you're just forming a bit of a wedge. It does appear like it's going to be a bullish breakout of this wedge, but you're kind of in no man's land. You could fall down to the low, you could push the high, but technically speaking, it's holding that EMA, so you're acting quite well intraday. It's looking fairly bullish. Definitely looking fairly bullish. It's a strong stock today in a weak market, so I'd give the bulls the benefit of the doubt. That stock probably presses. Nice observation there, Maria. All right, Dell's starting to come in here. Jeepers. Uh-oh. I got 5 minutes left in this candle, and I may have to take a stop loss on my Dell trade. SPY is still coming in here. Again, that shorting that opening range pierce is proving initially to work out. We'll see if it comes in. Robinhood's starting to sell off a little bit more. Copper stocks have seen some distribution today. Baba's gone negative. Lulu's gone negative. Micron's gone negative. So you are still seeing a bit of distribution. Monster's green. Coca-Cola's green. Unity Software under some pressure. Walmart's under some pressure. Intel's still acting very, very well. INTC. BlackBerry's down. Semis are seeing a little bit more sell side pressure. VKTX another positive day. SMCI coming in from the highs. Oracle down 0.3. Solar stocks under some pressure. AI under some pressure. AMD still ripping though. DocuSign down 3%. Home builders are under some pressure. Lennar getting smoked. JP Morgan struggling. SPY about to go negative. Very, very close to going negative there, but they're trying to defend it yet again. Canopy growth still up 6%. SCCO is starting to come in. SCCO coming in from the highs. Looking like it's about to go negative. Let's look at ICE again. ICE still looks technically strong. It's holding relative strength compared to the market here. Let's look at this Dow again. Catching a bit of a bounce. Western Union having a good day today. WU looking to try to press and build its gains. PayPal, a little bit of a 10-minute topping tail there. Let's look at NVIDIA again. NVIDIA is still holding technical structure at the highs. SOXX coming in just a little bit, but still positive. AVGO having a strong day today. Broadcom acting very, very well. Boeing softening. Dell, I got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on this Dell trade. Looks like it might try to stop me out for a loss. Come on, Dell. Firm up. It's a revenue guidance. An upside rev guide. Come on. Venkat is in calls now. There you go. Yeah, it looks like the SPY's trying to form a bit of a higher low, so not a bad area. Risk to reward. All right, Dell's trying to climb back here. Fight it, Dell. Fight it. AMD still up 4.9%. You got your US dollar softening a little bit. Microsoft still struggling. Tesla still struggling. Let's look at Tessie here. All right, guys, I'm looking at getting into some Tesla put options. Tesla right now still trying to hold steady. SPY still struggling just a little bit. SPY still trickling a little bit lower here. Trying to hold technical structure. We're seeing SPY still trying to defend this technical structure. SPY still looking pretty heavy here on the 5-minute chart. SPY is looking pretty heavy. One long, one short today that we've entered so far. Dell's still trying to shake out some of these bulls here, including myself. 7 minutes left on this Dell candle. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. SPY still holding above that point of control volume shelf. Still seeing SPY trickling a little bit lower here, at least trying to. Dell's trying to make a move here. Come on. Tesla breaking down. Come on, Tessie. We're riding puts. Come on. Yes. Tesla, dump it. Dump it, Tessie. Dump it. SPY going lower. Is SPY going to go negative? SPY's hitting that point of control. Beautiful. Come on. Dump it, Tesla. So we're still in Dell calls, Tesla puts. Already taking SPY new lows. SPY new lows. The trend is still broken to the downside. S&P 500 going lower. Come on, Tessie. Dump it. Dump it. Dump it. Let's go, Tessie. Dell's pushing, Tesla falling. We're in one long, one short, guys. We already took profits on SPY put options. Still holding AMDs from yesterday, but those are into next week. But these are our two closer dated day trades. Again, Dell 150s, Tesla, 442.50 puts. Come on, Tessie. Dump it. Dump it. Tesla's dripping here. We are dripping. Come on. Go, Tessie. Go, Tessie. Come on, Dell's still trying to survive here. 4 minutes left in this 10-minute candle for Dell. Still trying to hold steady. OKLO still slightly green. Constellation Brands still green, but coming in from the highs. S&P 500 is getting super duper heavy here. We are dripping lower on your S&P 500. SPY is falling. Falling sharply here. Coming in. Coming in hot. SPY's about to go negative there. Come on, SPY. Drop it. Drop it to the downside. Dell's still holding above that prior day high level. AMD still holding. Crude oil softening. Apple's about to go negative. Tesla down 1.38%. Tesla's trying to take. Tesla is the worst performing mega cap name right now. Come on, Tessie. Drop it lower. Bit of a bounce coming in to SPY. SPY's got some 5-minute accumulation trying to defend the market from going negative. AMD's now curling down. Gold's still up 0.4. Yields have gone negative. Bitcoin down 1.3%. Meta down half. Google down 0.8. Apple's flat. Nvidia's still strong, up 1.39. Microsoft still struggling, down 0.27%. Ticker IREN coming in hot and heavy. Robinhood starting to curl back down. Tesla's trying to bounce here. SPY still near the lows. All right, SPY just went to the dark side, guys. SPY's negative. They are drilling your S&P 500 here. They are drilling it. Absolutely drilling SPY right now. It is seeing some nasty, nasty sell side pressure. You are hitting a little bit of an upsloping trend line of support. If you lose that, your next support is really only your value area low here for the week, which is 670.60. But that 10-minute EMA is typically a bounce level for the markets. Look at SPY knifing here, guys. Yes, Tesla's going lower. Come on, Tessie. Come on, Tessie. Dell's still holding and defending. Come on, Tesla. Tesla TP1, I'll trim half of my calls. Sorry, half of my puts on Tesla at TP1. I got 4 contracts short Tesla. So I'll trim 2 here and then look for them to the rest of them to get in the money. Dell, still long Dell, giving it a couple more minutes. It hasn't officially closed below the 10-minute area that I'm looking for. The only reason I'm confident holding Dell right now is it's a strong stock, weak market, revenue guidance, positive revenue guidance, and we're kind of hedged with a little bit of a Tesla put option. And we made money initially on SPY puts there, so I like to still have a little bit of long exposure in some of these relative strength stocks. Ticker ICE still acting very well. Tesla's trying to get defended here. You can see they're defending it on the 1-minute chart, giving it a nice facelift. Big bounce there on Tessie. SPY still looking a little bit weaker here, but trying to hold steady. You can see SPY is piercing that 5-minute EMA 113. Dell is still trying to defend that PDH level. Still hasn't wicked me out on Dell. Still holding Dell call options. Looking for Dell to at least retrace some of this move higher here. I'm thinking Dell's probably going to push back to 50% retrace here. You know, you're just seeing it's still a strong, it's still outperforming the market. So I think Dell's still going to try to retrace at least 50%, if not try to push back to the highs. We'll certainly find out. SPY getting heavy though. Oof. Look at that S&P 500. AMD still trying to hold steady. Your US dollar is bouncing sharply, guys. Dixie catching a bit of a liquidity bid right now. Yes, it is. Nat gas still strong. Bitcoin still under pressure. Look at CNC, guys. SPY new lows there. Look at CNC ripping. Trying to push right back to the highs. It's okay. UNH. UNH has gotten faded. Oscar's still holding technical structure here, acting very, very well. Marvell was strong off of the open. Now it's starting to see a little bit of distribution. Interesting. SPY's still a little bit weak here again. That's a nasty 10-minute close. You could bounce back to your point of control volume shelf. That is a short level. Backtesting your point of control is a short level. I do believe we're going to retest at minimum this 10-minute EMA 113, guys. That's where I think we're at minimum going towards. Your IWM is down 0.38%. That is cracking to the downside. The IWM gap fill lies all the way down at 244 Pierce, so we could still see about a $2 fall in the Russell if it wants to fill its lower boundary gap. Quite interesting. Tesla's still trying to firm up here. Alright, we are seeing some liquidity coming back into Dell. Come on, Dell. Push your big butt up. Push it. S&P's still weak. Dixie still acting well. Tesla's trying to firm up. Come on, Dell. IWM still struggling. IWM is below its prior day low, so quite a bit of relative weakness in your small cap stocks right now. Plug Power still down. Open Door down 5. Ford down 6.38. Archer down 2.5, but that's firmed up off of the lows. SoFi still trying. Tesla still trying to bounce. Let's look at S&P. S&P still looking somewhat heavy here, but trying to find a little bit of near-term support. Tesla's finding some near-term support. SPY is bouncing here. Crude oil back testing its prior day low, bouncing on the 10-minute chart. Your US dollar is still curling to the upside. Still have strength in semiconductors, Nvidia, Intel. You still have strength in quantum computing. You still have strength in crypto computing. Dell's still trying to curl up here. Come on, Dell. Come on, Dell. Here we go. App's still pushing. Look at Dell, guys. Dell is trying to make a move here. I like it. I like it a lot. Come on, Dell. Push it. Retrace at least 50% of that move. I want to see it. We've been patient with Dell. Just based off of pure relative strength, Dell could at least retrace 50%, if not push back to the highs of the session. You know, Dell's still a strong technical chart, not really overbought. It's got strong daily chart, hourly chart momentum. It's had a nice reset there on the 5-minute chart. Dell could easily revisit the highs, so come on. Let's look at app 11 for Germ Fuentes. Yeah, APP is just a beast, right? Absolute beast. Look at that. Huge bounce. Crazy, eh? SPY is catching a nice bid here, guys. SPY is catching a really sizable bid. Come on, Dell. Squeeze it. Tesla's still struggling here just a little bit. AMD catching a fat candle. Tesla still struggling. Dell pushing. We got two of our trades kind of working inversely, but the market is trying to bounce here. IWM is trying to recapture its prior day low. Robinhood seeing some considerable strength. Come on, Dell. Come on, Dell. Push it, push it, push it. Tesla ripping lower, guys. I like to see that. Come on, Tessie. Go to TP1. Go to TP1. Beautiful decline there on Tesla. Key. Dell's still trying to hang on here. SPY going lower, guys. SPY continuously breaking down. Come on, Tesla. Tesla's almost into TP1, guys. Tesla's almost into TP1. Still long Dell, short Tesla. SPY is seeing some heavy distribution here. You look at that little bit of a dip on SPY, 5-minute support level. I still think we can hit that 10-minute EMA down here, guys. SPY looking pretty filthy right now. Come on, Tessie. Tessie, I'm going to trim two of my contracts at TP1 here, guys. Dell's still trying to fight, but the market is weak. Yep. It's okay. We're making money here. We're still made money on SPY initially, making money on Tesla. Dell right now is just chopping around. It's been a good session so far. Looking to still press Tesla lower. Dell's still acting somewhat okay. Definitely holding a little bit more relative strength. I do have some long levels on SPY. We've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive 10-minute down candles on SPY, guys. 6 consecutive 10-minute down candles on your S&P. Odds are we are going to get a bounce. We are approaching a value area high. Dell's starting to get a little bit weaker here. Look at the S&P still. Again, S&P has this value area low for the week. It's sitting at 670.76. So we could see it try to bounce there. Catching a little bit of liquidity right now. Your WTI crude still acting well. Ford still struggling. AMD still strong. Nvidia still acting well. Dell is starting to weaken here, retesting prior day high. Got 8 minutes left in the Dell candle, and then I will look to stop out. Oof, Dell's breaking here, guys. Dell is trying to break down. I'm still going to give it some time here. 8 minutes left in this 10-minute candle. SPY right now. IWM still looking bearish. AMD's chopping sideways. Tesla looking a little bit bearish. IWM still looking somewhat bearish here. SPYs continue to see some top wick distribution. IWM still dropping lower here. They are trying to defend your S&P 500. Dell is getting pretty heavy here. So 6 minutes left. Dell is getting very heavy. They might stop me out unless we get a big wick up here. Dell is getting heavier here. Damn. Come on, Dell. Why are you breaching that prior day? IWM going lower. New low of day for your Russell. AMD is now curling down. You can see AMD's been strong pretty much throughout the session, making new lows there for AMD. So markets are still under a little bit of pressure. Right now I'm down about 400 bucks on my Dell calls. Still up on Tesla. Come on, Dell. 5 minutes left for Dell for me. Again, if we close below this little bit of a 10-minute wick here, I should readjust this. I will stop out of the trade for a loss. So 5 minutes left in the candle. Tesla still trying, SPY curling down, AMD getting heavy. SCCO has gone negative. Hood is still up 1.14. Quantum names are still holding up quite well. Tesla chopping sideways now. S&P still looking heavy here. You are hitting a little bit of near-term support on S&P. You're sitting on 5-minute chart support, so it's not the strongest, but we have had quite a bit of selling. Four minutes and 30 seconds left for my Dell trade. Come on, Dell. Get a big wick. Tesla, still short Tesla. Robinhood trying to firm up. Dixie still near the highs, trying to break out. Looking to test pre-market high very shortly on your US dollar. SPY's continuing to drip lower here, guys. SPY going for new lows potentially. Yep, SPY's getting heavy. Russell's still trying to stabilize. Tesla's trying to bounce. SPY's still trying to hold here. SPY is catching a bit of a bid here. Why is Dell? Oh, they're knifing Dell here. The trickery, the shenanigans. So it's looking like I might have to take a loss on Dell unless we get some sort of a miracle reversal candle here in the next 2.5 minutes. Tesla's firming up here. Big bounce on Tesla. S&P catching a really sizable bid. Trying to defend 5-minute chart support. Still seeing some selling in your S&P 500. Big bid up on Tesla. Tesla still down about 1%, but getting a fat candle on your 3-minute chart. Crude oil trying to spike a little bit here. Archer Aviation climbing back. ACHR, that's seeing quite a bit of buy side strength. Your S&P 500 still looking somewhat heavy here. Get your fat ass up there. Dill. All right, IWM new lows, guys. Your Russell 2000 continuing to sell off here. Come on, Dell. Save it. All right, I'm going to give Dell a little bit more room to run here. It is trying to firm up here on the 5-minute chart. Let's see what happens with this candle. Come on, Dell. Climb back. Climb back. Your Russell and SPY are still somewhat heavy here. Get back above that PDH still. Come on. If you're wanting to stop out of Dell for a loss, this is technically the candle. I'm going to hold a little bit longer, see what happens here on this 5-minute chart. See if we can push a little bit on this 5-minute candle. Technically, it did violate my stop. So I'm down about 500 bucks on my Dell trade, but giving it a little bit more leeway here. Even though the S&P and markets are going lower, I'm still short Tesla. Come on, Dell, at least climb us back. If I can see another 5-minute candle close above this previous 5-minute candle, I'd like to see that. All right, SPY is catching a little bit of liquidity here. Keep a break-even stop loss on Tesla puts, break-even stop loss. Could see a bit of a market bounce here. SPY's trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. All right, Tesla's about to stop me out. Yep, Tesla stopped me out, guys, for a break even. Stopped out of Tesla for break even. No longer short Tesla. SPY is still trying to catch a little bit of a bounce here, but seeing some top wick distribution. SPY and IWM are still acting very heavy here. Looking at our S&P 500, still trying to go for new lows, it appears. Nvidia trying to bounce here on its 5-minute chart. OKLO is now negative on the tape. Quantum stocks are seeing some distribution. IONQ is now negative. Come on, Dell. Take us higher. Again, SPY's not a bad risk reward here. If you go long SPY, just keep a tight stop loss. I'm still looking at this 10-minute chart level for a bounce on SPY. But if you're aggressive, you can try to trade on the long side. Just understand we are kind of building a bit of a bear flag and you could see a quick impulse candle down that gets reversed. So those are kind of the candles you want to enter on, those quick impulse moves up or down. That's where those contracts typically see a quick volatility expansion. Come on, Dell. All right, Dell trying to close on the 5-minute chart a little bit higher than that previous candle. Not too bad. Tesla still trying to bounce just a little bit. IWM catching a bit of a bounce. Odell, Odell. Still holding my Dell long, guys. Still down about 500 bucks. Micron now negative on the tape. PayPal still holding up quite well. PYPL. CNC still ripping. Nat Gas still ripping. Constellation Brands still positive, but that's even getting faded from the highs. All right, SPY making new lows there. New lows on your S&P. We're coming into that value area high. There is some support, 10-minute EMA. If you're wanting to scalp SPY long here, it's an aggressive area, 670.42. I'm going to look at 671 SPY calls for a bit of a dead cap bounce. Maybe even 670s because the market's heavy here. But look at that, value area low was just tapped. Value area low. If you look at this measured move here and extrapolate it forward, a symmetrical move today on SPY would take us all the way down to 668. Dell's trying to climb back here. Come on. I'd even be happy with a bit of a break even at this point, sticking through Dell. So again, if we replicate this type of a sell-off that we had on Friday, we could see a move all the way down to 668.50. And then obviously you got to bounce into the end of the day around that 2 o'clock time frame. Market bounced, retested, gapped up the following day. So just keep that on watch. Considering we're bouncing here ahead of this EMA, I would let it sweep this pivot here. If we hit this long level here, pierce this 10-minute EMA, I'll take SPY 670 zeros. That's my area. If we tap this long scalp zone, this green trend line, I'll take SPY 670 calls. But we're still struggling a little bit. Come on, Dell. Climb back. Climb back. SPY's catching a decent bid here. AMD looking a little bit more bearish, curling down. Peter's in a 247 call lotto, IWM. Good luck. Good luck for sure. Not a bad area. My long level on the Russell, let me just draw it in on the chart, is a little bit lower. I'll pull up my Russell chart and show you where I have a long level. So my long level on the Russell is the sweep of this volume breakout candle. But so far it's catching a bit of a liquidity bounce here, so not a bad zone. Not a bad zone. Good luck there, Peter. Hopefully you make money. All right, we got crude oil trying to firm up here, guys. I'm seeing some positive flow coming into your XOM and energy stocks. Starting to trickle a little bit lower here. S&P still trying to stabilize a bit. Still looking pretty heavy though. Your Russell 2000 has a little bit of top wick distribution. Plug Power getting smoked today. Ford still getting smoked. Down 7% on Ford. Damn, should have shorted that into the ground. AMD curling lower here. Markets are still looking a little bit vulnerable. Let's look at these other semis. Micron now negative. SOXX. Yeah, look at your SOXX, guys. Near the lows, getting pretty heavy. Let's look at FIG again. FIG starting to come in. So SPY is being dragged down right now. Semiconductors, and what's fascinating is you still have AMD strong, but semis are looking weak, 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 weak. IWM going lower, S&P going lower. Another big drop potentially coming. SPY testing the lows. Russell and SPY just made new lows, guys. New lows. All right, get ready for a SPY long trade coming up here. Tapping that 10-minute EMA 113, guys. There is some support there, much better support level, but I want to see it sweep that. I'm looking at SPY 670 calls. Probably going to grab 20 contracts. Come on. Breach that level. IWM still seeing some heavy sell side pressure. New lows there for the Russell. New lows for SPY. Come on, SPY. SPY's getting close, guys. SPY's getting close. All right, I'm going to grab 10 contracts off this long level, and then in the event that we go lower, I'll add to the position down here. So I'm going to go long 670 SPY calls. Come on, SPY, a little bit lower, a little bit lower. Come on. A little bit more, a little bit more. Pierce it, sweep it. No, don't bounce it. SPY is almost there, guys. I'm going to pick up 10 cons and then another 10 cons lower. All right, I just took a first fill. First fill, 96 cents. Again, it's risky. We're going for a bit of a dead cat bounce. It's a half position long SPY. I'll add my second half here. Woof, we are knifing here. Still holding Dell, giving that trade some room to run. IWM is into that sweep long as well, guys. IWM is sweeping that lower pivot that I just brought up. All right, I just added at 82 cents. I'm not going to add any more. This is crazy. We are hitting full liquidation here. Full liquidation. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a bounce here, guys. Come on. A little bit of a bounce. Prior day low. That is a nasty drop, guys. Nasty. Tesla absolutely got knifed. Anyone still in Tesla puts? You absolutely printed. Woof, look at the downside move. Symmetrical move coming in. Wow. Look at that full-fledged decline. Anyone still in Tesla puts? That's crazy. Look at that. TP2 just knifed. SPY got absolutely walloped. That is crazy. My average is 89 cents. SPY calls, guys. Average is 89 cents. Come on, get us a bounce. Get us a bounce. Come on, give me a bounce. AMD getting wrecked here. Come on, SPY. Looking for a bounce to $1 on these contracts where I'll take first trim. Come on. Come on, here we go. Come on. Bounce it. Bounce a little bit. These markets are still heavy. Heavy as can be. Crazy. Big bounce, SPY. Come on. Bounce it, bounce it, bounce it. We are super duper heavy. Wow. What a complete bloodbath there. Hitting 15-minute EMA. Is it enough? SPY still going lower. IWM still heavy. Cheapers. Look at the sell side pressure in this market. We are going even lower right now. That symmetrical move is coming in hot. I'm getting crushed right now on my calls. But we haven't really had a bounce yet. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Look at that 10-minute candle just eating. That volume is eating it. Whew. That is crazy. Free falling in the market. AMD coming in hot. Robinhood back to the dark side. Nasty little sell side decline in the market today. Really filthy. Dell's going lower. Tesla broke down. AMD's again into its big gap window. Sitting through some crazy volatility. Markets are trying to recapture that prior day low on SPY. Down about 5 cents a con. Getting a little bit of a bid here. Come on. Keep her going. Keep her going. A little bit more. A little bit more of a bounce. Come on. Again, I'm looking at first trim over $1, guys. First trim will be over $1. Come on. Dell catching a bit of a bid. Tesla bouncing. S&P still heavy here, but trying to work itself higher. Back above your prior day low. We'll see if we can build a base on that prior day low. Markets are not out of the woodwork yet. That was a hard sell side move in the equity markets. Your S&P 500 still seeing some net liquidation here. IWM still seeing some top wick distribution. AMD's trying to bounce. Your dollar did fall with that bit of a bounce there. Robinhood looking to go back to the dark side. Still seeing a lot of stocks turning red on the tape. Big areas. SPY gonna try to bounce here some more, or are we just gonna keep free falling into that symmetrical measured move? That is some hard selling on your intraday price action for SPY. Very hard selling. Come on, SPY. Again, I'm sitting at 20 contracts, 89 cents. Looking for first trim over $1. Should be into that TP1. I'm still thinking 670 should get back in the money. We're up slightly on the trade right now. Looking for to trim 10 contracts above $1. Come on. Push it up a little bit. Push it up a little bit. AMD still curling. Your dollar is seeing some sell side pressure here, guys. So your US dollar selling off could be helpful for the S&P to bounce a little bit more here. It is softening up quite a bit. We're still trying to hold that prior day low. Come on. Punch it to the high side. Give us a bounce before you take us lower. SPY's still looking heavy. IWM 10-minute distribution candle. A lot of top wick distribution on your Russell. Hood is still seeing some sell side. Dollar is cratering here, guys. Your DXY is cratering, which is telling me that people are starting to potentially flow back into the indices here. I'll be surprised if the SPY keeps selling off here as the dollar's ripping to the downside. I'll be very shocked. Quite a bit of volatility here in the tape. A lot of volatility in SPY. Boeing went negative, Hood went negative. You've got SPY down 0.3, Qs are down 0.3, IWM down 0.79%. SPY trying to make a push. Amazon still green. Microsoft down 0.6. Nvidia almost red on the session, but still slightly green. Apple down 0.003. Google down 1.2. Tesla down 2.1. All right, contracts are starting to wake up yet again. Come on, get these 670s back in the money here. Here we go, SPY. Punch it, punch it, punch it. Nice push there, guys. Come on, SPY's pushing. Starting to rip here. Still trying to bounce it a little bit here. Come on, SPY. Still fighting. Seeing a lot of top wick distribution there. Tesla's trying to claw back. Still seeing a little bit of weakness in your semis. To the green side, SPY still trying to fight at the 669 level. See if we can get 670. Come on. Get above this initial fib retrace. I think we could still retrace back to that value area low. Your 10-minute EMA 113. Pretty big expansion range to the downside right now. Your IWM did do that beautiful sweep of that hourly candle. Nice hard selling in the market today. Melting SPY a little bit lower here, trying to breach that prior day low. You can see what SPY is trying to backtest right now. It's that previous little breakout zone, that neckline, where you triggered that inverse head and shoulders yesterday. It's a big area. Dell's seeing more sell side pressure. Dollar still weakening. Tesla trying to firm up a little bit. They're still trying to defend that prior day low, guys. I still think we can get a bounce higher, at least to 670, 50-ish. I'm looking at this 10-minute EMA value area low. They are bouncing it here. Come on, take our 670s in the money. Here we go. This could be a big move here. We're up nicely on our calls, guys. We're up nicely on our calls. Looking at a dollar TP1 is coming into play here. First trim there, 10 contracts. Still holding 10 more. Still holding 10 more. But locked in a little bit of gains. Come on, SPY. Get to TP2. Get to TP2. AMD trying to firm up. IWM still weak on the session. Hold steady here. Hold steady and build. Get a little bit of it. They're trying to consolidate right on that initial fib retrace. If we can hold this first fib, we should push up to 670, 40-ish. Come on, SPY. You can see the resistance that we're running into is that previous 10-minute trend line. So right now we're sandwiched. Give the bulls the benefit of the doubt. There's 670. Calls are back in the money. Beautiful. We're printing again. If you didn't get a first trim, there's your TP1. We've been sitting through some crazy volatility. It's a big level on the S&P. Making money. Come on. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. Push it up a little bit more. I'll lower this TP. I'm just looking to trade rest of profits into that 10-minute EMA. SPY still seeing some sell side pressure, but wow. It's crazy. IWM still looking heavy here. Dell absolutely got smashed. It's still positive on the session, but they wrecked Dell. They took a lot of the stocks down. Granted, the market's weak. AMD still acting well. Come on, get another punch higher here on SPY. We're still up on the runners. Venkat back in puts. Yeah, we could easily go right back down to the lows. But given that we're still in a raging bull market, the bull bounces are big. Big, big, big. Come on, SPY. Trend it, trend it. A little bit more. Dixie still green on the session. Yeah, they could easily trap the bulls, but you want to give the market the benefit of the doubt still. Obviously, the trend is down on the session, and I still think we can head to this symmetrical move low. That's a big area too. Chasing in this market, right? People love to chase trend, and often market makers take advantage of those 0 DT chasers on both directions, right? So we'll see what happens. See if they want to stabilize us here a little bit. I'd love to see a bit more of a pop and then a re-short down, but it's forming a potential bear flag. Potentially a little bit of a bear flag on SPY. We'll see what happens here. IWM looking heavier. SPY still above that prior day low, but coming in sharply here on the 1 minute chart. Melting through PDL. See if they want to take us right back down to the lows. I'm going to look to buy more 670 calls on SPY. I'm going to use the 10 contracts that I sold. IWM getting heavy. Dell is still getting knifed here. Copper stocks have gone red. AMD still up 4%, guys. Canopy Growth still up 5. Still have pockets of strength, even though you're seeing net liquidations across your mega caps. Nvidia still green. Amazon still slightly green. S&P is now outperforming your QQQ, so you're seeing a little bit more distribution hitting those semiconductors now, guys. SOXX is coming in pretty sharply from the highs. Look at that Russell 2000 coming in hot. What the heck's going on here? I did add to 670 calls, picked up another 10 contracts at 61 cents. 61 cents I added to the 670 calls. My YouTube is all messed up. Just give me a sec here, guys. I gotta refresh this. IWM still weak, 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 weak. SPY still trying to hold steady here. So my average is 75 cents, guys, on these SPY 670s. I don't know why I can't. My chat box is all messed up right now. We are starting to trickle a little bit lower here. SPY looking heavier, going for another low of day sweep. IWM still selling, Tesla selling, AMD selling, Hood selling. SPY is coming into that symmetrical move here. Very, very close. Very, very close here. IWM, new low of day. SCCO's gone negative. Take a look at IREN. That's done a full-on gap and crack yet again. Still have FIG acting well, ICE acting well. Dell got absolutely smoked from the highs. SCCO coming in sharply. That's seeing a full-on sell. Hood starting to see new lows there for your S&P 500. So they did sweep the lows. Let's see if they want to chop us in a bit of a range here. Hood is seeing some distribution. Let's look at PLTR. Yeah, PLTR also seeing some distribution. SPY continuing to get weak here. Coming in hot. Okay, and I still think that they're going to chop us in a bit of a range here on SPY. I could see them chop us in this range here for a little bit. We'll see if they want to take us to symmetrical move target. Look at the Russell. Russell's coming into that gap fill. Major gap coming in. AMD still curling. Hood's still curling down, guys. Boeing still green. ENVX coming in hot. Seeing quite Nvidia's now red on the session. Crude oil trying to firm up even more. AMD still up nicely on the session. Come on, SPY, give us a little bit of a bounce here. Potential little double bottom. Let's see if they want to push us back to the high of the range. Markets are fragile though right now. Very, very fragile. Nvidia still struggling a little bit. Amazon still holding strength. Netflix having a solid day. Solid day. We'll see if the bulls want to press it back into above that prior day low. IWM lottos here aren't bad. If you're aggressive, you can take lottos here. If you're conservative, you wait for that gap fill. Markets are coming in. Robinhood still declining. AMD looking like a little bit of a bear flag. Crude oil trying to firm up yet again. Gold still ripping. VIX is now green on the session. We're almost to that symmetrical move on SPY. Almost. Still seeing heavy sell side pressure. IWM new lows. Look at the Russell. They are exiting stage left in small cap world. Full force liquidation. Big drop there on your S&P. We're now into that symmetrical move target. They are liquidating this market. Full force here. New lows across the board. S&P now down 0.46%. Crazy move. We are plunging here in the markets. Russell 2000 is going to the gap fill, trying to pierce that area. Members, I'm taking half of my Robinhood puts off of the table. Half of my Robinhood puts off the table from yesterday. S&P 500 still coming in hot and heavy. AMD coming in hot and heavy now. So we've fulfilled that symmetrical move. We've replicated this exact same sell and then some in the market. Now we got to look for this head and shoulders potential. This is potentially a double top on SPY. Failed double top, head and shoulders. Yikes. I mean, this could get ugly today. We are still early in the session here. You know, this potential bear target takes us down to 665 potentially is the bear target. Obviously, there's going to be bounces along the way, but they are getting nasty with it today. That is heavy market price action. AMD now ripping to the downside. IONQ getting slapped. Russell getting slapped. The whole market is coming in sharply. Potentially a failed double top breakout of all-time highs. Holy moly, we are exiting. That is some nasty selling in the market today, guys. Really nasty. Hood just made new lows, so we did take half of our Hood put options off the table, guys, with members. 145 puts. Nice job if you caught that. IREN, that's coming in sharply. Still looking to press those put options into the ground a little bit more. Still looking for a bit of a bounce here intraday, but things are filthy. Filthy, wow. AMD, come on AMD, go back, take out the lows, AMD. UVXY still trying to push up a little bit. UVXY trying to break out to the high side here. That's a hard decline. Look at this SPX chart. We're going to go to the 4-hour chart. Look at that nasty little technical breakdown on SPX right now. All you're doing is backtesting the 7-day moving average. So the bigger time frame trend is still acting very well. You know, you could get a big bounce here with that 7-day moving average on SPX, guys, just as a heads up. Let's look at the SOX here. SOXX still showing relative strength. Still think we can get back to 670 or this 10-minute EMA. But that's all you've simply done is hit that 7-day moving average. QQQ, you kissed it. Russell 2000. That's also kissing its 7-day moving average. A lot of stocks just got slapped. Slapped, slapped, slapped. AMD still positive. OKLO just got demolished too. Down 4.7% today. Interesting. DraftKings slapped today. Western Digital, another hard down day for WDC. Western Digital coming in. AMD still holding quite steady. This one needs to come down quite a bit more to reset a few of those indicators. Micron today coming in sharply. A little bit of a down move in Micron. SPY is catching that bounce here. Interesting to see relative strength still being observed in ACN. ACN is trying to break out to the high side. Western Union still trying to break out to the high side. Boeing still green. Dollar still acting well. Big bounce on your S&P 500. Open door down 6.9. Snapchat down 3.7. Constellation Brands still green. PayPal still green. They are trying to bounce this market just a little bit. Pretty decent sized bounce so far in your S&P 500. Let's look at that Russell 2000. So you can see that Russell 2000 came right into that gap fill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours of sell side pressure into a major breakaway gap. There's likely, as well as the 7-day moving average, that's a high technical bounce area for the Russell. If we start selling through that, that would be quite impressive to see. But so far, it's a big area for the market across your S&P and your IWM. Still seeing some net liquidations in your IWM. Still seeing some heavy sell side pressure in your Russell. Let's just go to the hourly chart here. Yeah, that S&P 500 still looking pretty heavy here. A lot of selling underneath the hood of this market. Looking at SOX down 1.9%. SOXS screaming to the high side today. Okay, see if they want to pierce us through that 7-day moving average on SPX. If we lose that 7-day moving average, you can see that there's that upsloping trend line, which would take SPX down to sub 6,700. It would be down to 6688. Wow, we are absolutely bleeding here. Bleeding. Dell did a full round trip, now negative on Dell. Holy moly. Robinhood now down 1.2, Meta down 0.79, Tesla down 2.7, Coinbase getting slapped, JP Morgan getting slapped down 1.17, Microsoft down 0.84, Nvidia down 0.32, Amazon still green but coming in, Bitcoin getting slapped, gold coming in, dollar still selling off. Interesting to see gold coming in as the dollar. Nat gas still holding steady. Robinhood near the lows. See, they're trying to pierce that daily chart 7 moving average. Same thing with the Russell. The Russell's piercing that gap fill, daily chart 7 moving average. Hard sell side pressure still being observed. Volume is starting to lighten up here on the 1-minute chart. We'll see if they want to give it a little bit of a dead cat bounce. Their SOXS is up 6.32%, seeing some consumer staples catching a bit of a bid now. Names like Pepsi, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, kind of those value plays are seeing quite a bit of strength today. Alibaba down a couple percent, Open Door down 8% now. Crazy. SPY new lows. Micron seeing more sell side pressure, Western Digital seeing more sell side. Google down 1.46, S&P still selling here. New lows on SPY, they are knifing it even lower here. Imagine we come down to this TP target, this bit of this double top M pattern. That takes us down to 665. That would be insane. That would put the market down today. 0.4 plus point. That would only put us down about 1%, less than 1%. If we were to flush down to 665 today, that would put the S&P down by about 1%. We haven't had a 1% down day in quite a long time. So, I mean, they could. They absolutely could. Yeah, they easily could. Look at your IWM knifing through that 7-day, guys. Knifing through that 7-day. Where's that weekly chart support? Still a little lower. Your WTI crude also softening now. SCCO also saw a nice hard dump to the downside, guys. Now, I'm going to take a bit of profits. I'm going to take half of my SCCO puts off the table. Half of the 130 puts off the table. I repeat, I'm going to take some off the table right now. So I trimmed half of my SCCO puts at $4.50. We'll just move a stop loss to break even. So I just trimmed SCCO put options for 63%, guys. First trim. Can even get a better fill than me. But trimmed half of those SCCO puts, 63%. My chat on YouTube is all messed up here. All right, let's look at Robinhood here. Crazy. Still melting lower. IWM, still melting lower here. Look at that Russell, eh? Whew. That is just getting downright filthy. Downright filthy. Tesla down 3.5% now. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Tesla and the market are catching a bit of a bounce here. Still getting smoked on those 670 SPY calls. We'll see if we get any sort of a dead cat bounce. Tesla still bouncing. Your S&P 500 not really catching any sort of love here. You do have all your mega caps red on the session, guys. Google down 1.5%, Tesla down 3%. Getting smoked right now. Hood is down 1.85. Silver Junior's under some pressure. IWM near the lows of the tape. Your SOXS is ripping. Micron coming in. Open Door down 8.5%. Snapchat down 4. Okta down 3. Marvell down 3. It's a bloodbath on Wall Street today, guys. It's a bloodbath. CNC still trying to hold near the highs here. Holding up okay. Still have crude oil backing and filling a little bit. SPY trying to stabilize here. Look at that selling in the Russell. That is crazy. Still have quite a bit of weakness now in your QQQ market. Qs are underperforming SPY. IWM is underperforming the Qs. CoreWeave under quite a bit of pressure today. A lot of strong stocks are still into those gap windows. You have a name like CoreWeave into that gap window. You have AMD kind of still into that gap window. So interesting. You have your Silver Juniors, SILJ into that gap window. CCO is still getting absolutely smoked here. Big bounce on your IREN. XOM during that sell-off created a nice little push higher. Same thing with a few of these energy stocks. CVX catching a bit of a bid here. Boeing still hanging in there. Pretty impressive. FIG still hanging in there. Dell calls got absolutely smoked, guys. Took a loss on those. My apologies. Look at Tessie. Tessie got absolutely cracked. Trying a bit of a bid right now off of its prior day low for Tesla. Remember, if we look at the bigger time frame picture on your S&P, although this is a nasty little bearish breakdown and you kind of had a failure at breaking out, the market's just backtesting its 7-day. It's still in a very strong technical uptrend. You know, the level that the bulls should get concerned about is if you start cracking this area. Tape. So seeing a pretty big bounce here off of the lows. AMD seeing a sizable bid off of the lows. SPY catching a little bit of liquidity here. Just a little bit. Bulls are starting to press this market up a little bit. Again, your big area for SPY is your prior day low. Again, I'm still down about 30 cents a contract on these 670 calls. We did manage to work our average a little bit lower. Still sitting at 75 cents on the 670s. S&P trying to get defended off of that key 7-day moving average. We'll see if it wants to firm up here. See some of these other high flyers like Affirm. Firm still trying to build a base. Let's look at Big Bear AI. That's still consolidating. Snapchat still just holding that 7-day moving average. Snowflake melting today. Wow, big decline on Snowflake. Let's look at UNH. How's that name doing? Still holding steady. How's HIMS doing? HIMS surprisingly acting very well. Oscar still a beast. JD, that's coming in a little bit. SPY still acting pretty heavy here, guys. Pretty heavy. Tesla seeing a pretty decent bounce. AMD curling to the upside here. SPY still trying to shake out some of the sell side pressure. IWM is back above that 7-day moving average, guys. Still seeing some top wick distribution, but the volume trends are lightening up here. They are lightening up just a little bit. Tesla seeing quite a decent sized bid. Your semis are bouncing through AMD. Nvidia back to the green side. Microsoft is still down 1%. But markets are trying to see a little bit of strength off of the lows here. Boeing still green, Pepsi green, IREN back to the green side. Hood is trying to flip back to the green. AMD still a green. Canopy Growth still green. XOM down 0.7. DraftKings getting slapped around. Jeez. SPY is still selling here. Looking pretty heavy. Looks like a short the pop environment in the market today, guys. We're still looking pretty heavy across the board. And imagine if AMD starts to give up some of the goods here. That's really going to put some additional pressure on this market. If AMD starts to sell, it's been kind of insulating your semis right now. How's Intel doing? INTC. Yeah, that's done almost a full round trip. Still positive on the session as well. Interesting. Interesting. So again, you are seeing a nice rotation back into some of the consumer staples. You look at XLP today. XLP up nicely. Walmart catching a bit of a bid off the lows. Costco also trying to firm up off the lows. It's positive in a weak tape. You look at names like GIS, Pepsi, McDonald's, Coca-Cola. Those type of names are seeing definitely some buy side pressure as people are rotating out of your semis. Very cool. Your VIX is up 3% today. UVXY trying to shake and move to the upside. Trying to break above your 7 and 20. Will it get the 7 and 20 bullish crossover? Maybe. Oracle getting slapped around today. Let's just take a quick peek at your weakest sector. So your weakest sector in the market right now is retail and consumer discretionary. Let's just post up this sector check in the market right now. We'll put it in the trading chat. So majority of your sectors are red. You got strength in staples up 0.9, strength in utilities up 0.61, and healthcare slightly green up 0.06. Your lagging sectors XLY, that's your likes of Amazon, Tesla, Nike's, Home Depot's, that's down 1.52%. Then you got in the IWM retail XRT down 1.6%. You've also got XLK, your technology basket, down 0.9, energy down 0.7, industrials down 0.62, SPY is still looking pretty heavy. Crazy. Nvidia doing a little bit of reversal. Apple, let's look at the intraday price action on Apple Dapple. Still somewhat coming in. You do have Trump speaking right now. So maybe they're going to stabilize and give the market a bit of a bounce. POTUS is speaking, I believe, meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney. See if a trade deal between US and Canada can come to fruition. All right, let's see if this market wants to bounce a little bit more. The selling has abated somewhat. Still got quite a bit of individual weakness. I am going to grab some lunch here, guys. So far for me, it's a loss on the day trading side, but I've booked some nice healthy profits in the swing trading side. Robinhood puts for 49%. SCCO puts for 63%. And we're looking to press those a little lower. But let's see if they can give this market a bit of a facelift for the time being. Still under some sell side pressure. We violated all the key lows. Spirit. All right, so your S&P 500 breaking lower, Russell breaking lower, pretty much everything getting sold into here quite a bit. Just eating some lunch here, guys, so I'm going to be talking a little bit less. SPY's trying to bounce just a little bit. Dollar's still holding steady. Copper stocks getting liquidated today. Pretty much seeing broad weakness in all of your miners today. GDX down 2.13%. Silver today down 1.43%. Still J at least. Gold's still positive on the tape, but it has come in from the highs. Silver. So they're trying to make this a broad-based commodity sell-off as well. Let's look at uranium. Yeah, uranium's also gone red. SCCO puts are flying. That was a beautiful little topping signal yesterday. Topping tail on high volume. That one can still come into its 7-day, but down nicely, SCCO. Fumbling. SPY getting a pretty big lift here, retesting its prior day low. Marijuana stocks are looking ridiculously good, guys, for momentum trade on the long side. All right, SPY's trying to punch through that prior day low level, prior day low level. Getting pretty big. You're back above your value, sorry, your point of control. Let's throw up that fib retrace again. See where we're heading. You can see we're through that first fib. Next fib is around 669.72. That would be a retrace. I'm suspecting we're going to get a retrace back to this little bit of a neckline, trendline break zone, which would put us right back into that 10-minute EMA. Running into a little bit of resistance here off of prior day low. IWM seeing a pretty decent sized bounce. Market's looking a little bit stronger here. Hood is back to the green side. STX, Seagate, whoops, STX. Cabin saying an inverse head and shoulders on the STX 5-minute chart. Yeah, I can see that. It's trying to carve out. Yep. If you get a dip, that would be a definitely buy, but it's trying to carve out a little bit of a base here. It's kind of acting with the market here. I mean, you see the S&P putting in a bit of a W formation. You know, you're getting a little bit of strength in individual names creeping back into the picture. Still running into a little bit of sell side pressure here on SPY, just a little bit. WDC also looking like a bit of a carving out of a bottom here. Looking at AppLovin, that's just chopping sideways. Russell 2000 still trying to press up just a little bit. AMD has curled back to the high side. CVX, CVX looking pretty good. Your US dollar trying to push up yet again. Looking at crude oil. Crude oil still hanging on to kind of its opening range low, prior day low. Market's not looking terrible at this standpoint. Just understand we still got quite a lot of time left for the markets to go up and down. Intel still green. eVTOL stocks had strong bounces. I mean, look at the bounce on Archer today. Dipping all the way down to 1246 and ripping. Dip and rip. Big Bear AI pushing. SoFi. Beast mode. but getting rejected. Interesting. That's crazy. RBLX still chopping around sideways. It's like a Carvana. Carvana's still weak. AFRM. AFRM still weak. UPST. That's into an interesting area. Big level here on UPST. Trying to carve out a little bit of a base. SPY consolidating. If it can hold this point of control, it could work itself up, guys. You could be creating an inverse on SPY. It needs to hold this this point of control volume zone. We'll see if it can though. Nvidia's back to the green side. PayPal's still holding steady. You know, they could be setting us up tomorrow for a bit of a gap down. It would be a nice 1, 2, 3 bar surge down on the Russell. That wouldn't be surprising to see. Hey guys, we're just seeing crude oil making a really big move here, trying to break out of a bit of a bullish formation and pattern. You can see it's retesting its pre-market high here, looking very, very strong on WTI crude. Keep energy stocks on watch. We are triggering that bullish breakout. That could hurt the S&P 500 here. So if you're long, just manage your position accordingly. It does look like SPY is going to break out, but arguably with crude oil and the Dixie yet again continuing to surge here. You have the Dixie above its pre-market high, acting extremely well right now. Very, very strong tape. Very strong. Nvidia is still hanging on, but you do have weakness still in the entire market. And your two major headwinds for the markets are starting to catch yet again another little bid. So again, this S&P 500 could be in for a little bit more selling. A little bit more selling. We will see. Looking at XOM, that looks like it's going to break out of a 15-minute bull flag pattern. CVX is looking like it could break out as well. Keep your eye on those transport names because they could be in for a little bit of distribution. Yeah, WTI crude looks strong. Hey guys, so the S&P is still looking a little bit vulnerable here. Still giving us lower highs, some lower lows. You're underneath that point of control. You keep getting rejected off that volume shelf. Not a good sign in the near term. You still have some leading stocks like SCCO continuing to grind lower. Energy stocks are continuing to see some strength from WTI crude. Simultaneously, you also have natural gas just pumping today. We're going to have a really epic trade on nat gas coming in the next couple days. From what I'm seeing, if it sets up the way I think it's going to set up, why isn't my natural gas chart showing up here? But if this sets up the way I think it's setting up, we're going to have a crazy trade on nat gas. That's for sure. But a nice little technical breakout on the weekly chart. You can see her coming into that weekly 200 MA. You got rejected here, big wick through, got rejected. So for those of you that are in the chat, nat gas, we're going to have this crazy short opportunity off of inventories. Very similar to last week where we crushed it off of this report. But today's Tuesday, so I'm hoping they keep nat gas pinned up here at the highs. And then Thursday, I'm hoping on inventories they spike it up just like they did here, which would cause a liquidity short covering move through that weekly 200 MA, something similar here, and then we would slap it right back down. So we're going to make some money on that gas on Thursday if it sets up the way I think it's setting up. So I'm tempted to short it intraday today, just because I do think it's going to have a little bit of a give back, but the bigger KOLD trade lies, I think, on Thursday when we get that bigger move to the downside. Interestingly enough, look at KOLD, it's off of the lows, whereas nat gas is making new highs. So quite interesting, that little bit of that divergence to see. Let's look at UNG. UNG today, yeah, just slightly off of the highs as well. Interesting. All right, so Amazon's still actually green on the session. AMZN still trying to hold some technical structure. Microsoft has been absolutely bludgeoned today. You look at NVIDIA, NVIDIA's just chopping sideways, flat to negative. It was green, but saw a nasty reversal. Apple also just chopping around, slightly down on the session. Google today, slightly down the session, still hugging that 7-day moving average. Meta, META, yet again another down day for Meta. And then Tesla obviously got whacked. So that was a great short that we took on Tesla. I ended up fumbling mine. But for those of you that's still holding it, Tesla's looking a little bit gnarly, nasty. I mean, you simply look at this little bit of a symmetrical move down on Tesla. It still shows that we're going through a bit of a distribution pattern, and you could easily still go a little bit lower. 432.50 on Tesla puts you into that symmetrical move, and then obviously you have that big gap fill that everyone's looking at. That's clear as day. So Tesla looks like it wants to go lower. I definitely think so. Boeing still holding technical strength today. Canopy Growth and marijuana stocks still holding technical strength today. These crypto high computing stocks, Cipher Mining, IREN, still holding technical structure today. IONQ still acting quite well. Let's look at QBTS. That's still acting quite well. Gold and silver taking a bit of a breather in the mining front. The commodities are still maintaining positive structure. Strong day for Western Union. WU continues to bounce off of this lower boundary support. Constellation Brands has pretty much been sold into quite sharply. PayPal continues to remain strong, but just slightly off of the highs. Another positive day for SE. SE continuing to bounce with the market. I like what I see there. It's very, very healthy. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if SPY heads back down to sub 668, 667, 80-ish, looking likely. All right, the market's pretty much going everywhere but nowhere. Just chopping and burning some theta here, guys. Still easily revisit the lows. Right now, they're just chopping us sideways. We're kind of at 50-50. You could float up to 669, but you could drop down to the 668 pier. So not really a good trade setup, in my opinion. Underneath point of control, lower highs, you would still favor more sell side pressure. Look at that STX. Did you end up making any money? Yeah, nice call out there, Cabin. Great call out there, Cabin. That was a nice one. STX ripping. Guys, we are seeing the dollar still pressing to the highs. Just be very, very careful. The US dollar is still trying to break out here. Intraday, you also have crude oil still pushing. So you're still seeing quite a bit of strength in your Dixie. That should hurt the S&P 500. Likely going to get sold into. Big push on the S&P 500 here. Your dollar crude oil still trying to make a push. Reversal still down 1%. SPY down 0.38. QQQ down 0.48. Bitcoin still down 2.5. NASDAQ ripping. Gold up half. Dixie up 0.56. VIX is still up about 3%. Tesla down 3.68. Google down 1.64. Meta down half. Nvidia flat. Apple flat. Hmm. So SPY recapturing that point of control zone, acting somewhat better here into the close. A little bit of liquidity coming in. Yeah, so I was just saying if home builders gap down tomorrow, we'll have an epic day trade. We can hope and pray for a gap down. Big drop on your S&P 500. Final 2 minutes here. We are seeing some sell side pressure hitting the tape. Nasty little decline there into the close. Closing potentially below that point of control. Overall, quite a bit of a down day in the markets with your pretty much it's a broad market sell-off with some interesting pockets of strength across quantum. Certain commodities are strong. Individual names are holding up. Names like Netflix that have sold off. Amazon holding steady. Nat Gas. Some resource stocks are holding up. some financial stocks, kind of your value plays like PayPal, Western Union, that have been beaten down. Certain cloud stocks are seeing some strength today. Overall, it was a tough day for me on the day trading side. Even though we started off with SPY puts, should have held them a lot longer. Made a nice amount of money on the swing trading side with profits in Robinhood, SCCO. A couple new positions that we started today, added to one position. But some standout performance in certain energy names. It'll be interesting to see what crude oil does tomorrow. It'll be very interesting. Crypto stocks got hammered today. Same thing with copper stocks. All right, guys, that is the tail of the tape. They close all mega caps red except for Amazon. Overall, the S&P down 0.3, QQQ down 0.53, and IWM down 1%. Appreciate you all tuning in. We will see you all tomorrow. It is hump day. All right, guys, take it easy.